Good morning everybody. Just a quick sound check. Ken or Tony I can see in the chat. Grateful if you could confirm you can hear me. Thank you, Ken. As you accurately point out, the M8, certainly in rush hour, is a bit of a challenge. Sorry about the late start, folks. Or 6s and 7s. Beautiful day. Bit of early outgoing action. There's a Jet 2737 pursuing this BA. I've not had a chance to look anything up yet. I thought I'd better fire up and make sure I'm here for 10. Can't be late twice in a day. Be good to see one go up as well, just so I can get the idea where they're rotating from. Jet 2, photo bombing us. I think that'll meet our needs. Although I think we're hoping to pick up the 777 when it goes out, I'm not quite sure. Might go a bit longer, but hey ho. Sunshine here is welcome, but pretty darn fierce. So all of my visual displays are kind of saying to me you need to do better, Mark, with anti-glare protection, so that'll be something to be having a look at later. It's a great problem to have. Martin Gallagher, good morning to you, and thanks Ken for calling out for us on the BA A320 to London Heathrow. Where's this baby going? Lanzarote, thank you Ken. Well, I'm saying to myself, obviously the weather helps, but what a great location. I was a little bit worried that I wouldn't get a reasonable perspective or signal strength when I got here, but all the tests on signal strength are pretty good, comparable with Edinburgh. The elevation here, you've got a bit of fence, I appreciate, but you're going to get the approaches real good. And on a cloudless day like today, well, it's going to be cloudless at least till lunchtime, if you want to believe the weather. And here we go, Lanzarote, here we come. The only obvious downside to this spot is you don't get any of those terminal type shots, which walking down the access road I thought, oh, that looks like that might offer some interesting backdrop. But to be honest with you, I think I'll bring the camera around in the terminal direction. Essentially the view is obscured by the Scottish Ambulance Services hangar. Just rest the camera there, folks, while I carry on catching myself up. Just got a few other bits and pieces to get into place. So, how is everybody today? Before we open the show proper. This is like the pre-show. So next arrival, I'm sorry if you've called it already, Ken, is an Air Charter Scotland busiest Cessna 560 XL, Citation XL. And as we know, I do have an easyJet thing going on, so can't wait for that. And it looks like looping in behind that will be an easyJet A320 from Luton. So good. Thanks, Tony. You're right, mate. I've kind of, you know, when you're travelling and you've never been somewhere before, and you're constantly thinking it through, and I'm thinking, what if I get there and I can't get a reasonable elevation? I had got a plan B in my head, but glad we haven't had to do that. I had a look at Mac Aviation's live stream from when he was here a few months back, just to get a rough idea. I think he was a little bit more to the right of my position, facing the runway, which, to be honest with you, I don't think there's much difference between the two. I did fancy it because it was a slightly better elevation, but it was, now it's been fenced off with barbed wire. I think it was a building site when Mac was here, so he was obviously able to talk to somebody if that's where he went. It's a brawl morning at Glasgow, is it, Ken? Brawl. I'll be honest with you, I'm absolutely dripping in sweat. I know that's an unappealing image, but I've triple layered up, and obviously when you're carrying all your kit, you tend to get a bit warmer. Let's give you something else to look at while we're waiting for our Air Charter Scotland. I'll not rotate the camera too fast. Don't want to give you a migraine if I can avoid it. So I'm assuming where the camera is pointing at now would be Renfrew, but I might be wrong. I know there's wiser heads than me on this stream. Either which way, we're pointed and ready. I've got visual on the Air Charter Scotland, but I'll not try and pick him up yet. Actually, I will. It's just about getting your initial points of reference. Because with the VDU, it's got all the sun on it. All I'm looking at is really my ugly mush. So there's a little bit of intuition. Somebody's having a tough commute this morning. I think I could have done with a seat on this baby. Mind you, I would imagine the traffic has subsided somewhat. Sorry folks, a little bit choppy. I have mused on trying the opposite side at Yonderton Farm. but I think I took fright at the possibility there might not be enough signal, and the idea that the sun might be in my face rather than at my back. So we are looking for our easyJet A320 from Luton, or London Luton as it seems to be called these days. I kind of smile when they call all the peripheral airports London. I can remember as a small child travelling down to London to stay with my grandparents near Heathrow, and whereas Luton was relatively near, I don't remember it being all that near. There we are. I'd like a bit of this tomorrow when we move on to Edinburgh, to be honest. Staying over so there's no commuting type issues tomorrow. Just the risk of me overlaying, although I'd never live the shame down. I can't wait for the summer months when I can throw away the beanie and bring out the peak cap and sunglasses. What a laughable image that'll be. Thank you, Ken. Next arrival, the Icelandair 737 MAX 9. Yeah, I figured when I saw it on the list of movements, I thought, I can't remember the last MAX 9 we've caught, although I'm sure somebody else probably can. And then when I was running late, and I'm assuming this plane is running late because I'm sure it was due in before 10. Les Donaldson, how are you doing, my friend? Hope you're not at work today. I reckon you're due a day off. Glad you could join us, mate, anyway, on this simply gorgeous morning. Tony, I heartily agree. They could have laid a 7.5 on. I would have been most appreciative. Hey ho. I'm looking forward to a spot of Loganair Saab 340s because I know they're phasing them out in the summer. So every time you get a sight of, it's a bit of a treasure. Les, stuck at work again. Well, listen, mate, you're here. So let's try and make it as bearable as possible for you. So, as Ken points out, next arrival in is our Icelandair 737 MAX 9. I'm almost defaulted to saying MAX 8, but we have a MAX 9 on arrival from Reykjavik. It was one of the problems we had when we were looking for a thumbnail for today's live stream. We haven't been here before, so we got no file footage, and I didn't just want to reuse any of the usual suspects. And lo and behold, I found I got an Icelandair 737 at Heathrow from the summer. So it was a case of lifting and shifting that from the footage. Gorgeous. And of course we should get to see this one go as well. There we go. So let's just take us to a rest position. Where are we going to rest this time? I can hear something small and lively on the move. Stand by, folks. Stand by for action. Liam Murphy, good morning to you. You're the assistant in the tower this morning, on a break. Oh, excellent, my friend. Well, I hope we're helping the break, rather than it being a busman's holiday. Absolutely fantastic to be here, Liam. I would say, and folks will always know this, are you subscribed to us? Fantastic if you were, mate. Friends in high places, if you pardon the pun. Paul Usher, good morning to you. How are you doing? El Zorro, good morning to you. El Zorro's got a mission and a half, on his way to get his little girl's haircut. So you're going to be in the Lurkers Lounge. Well, as long as the biscuits are good, that'll be okay. Gusto 5968, good morning to you. Gave me a wave walking past. I hope you're enjoying the tropical sunshine. Sorry, Gusto, I was so task focused, I did see somebody walking past. Were you right up against the fence? Oh, I sound so ignorant, don't I? It's the usual terror when you're setting up. You want to make sure the kit works. Liam, fantastic, mate. Good stuff. Have another biscuit on Plane Sailing Aviation. Good stuff, my friend. I was taken by the tower. Is it 15 metres high or something, which in contemporary terms is quite modest, isn't it? I scanned the horizon. I can't see it here, but then I guess there wouldn't be any point in me being able to see it here. So what we got, Liam? Training flight due in later from Dundee, so you'll get to see a low approach and go around. A DA 42. 42, give me teeth in. We like that. Cheers for the heads up, my friend. And I can see something on far horizon. My eyes are not good enough to tell you exactly what. And that's another easyJet by the look of it. No, not at all. Let's get it right. Clicking on the wrong thing. I saw that glare I was telling you about. Another easyJet. We've won another easyJet. Stansted this time, which makes it quite different. So I'll quickly open the show up formally once I've sorted myself out. So, formally calling the show open. A very good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome particularly from this very sunny Glasgow International Airport. Plane Sailing Aviation's first ever live stream from Glasgow. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Mark, your host, and we'll be with you, hopefully, until around 1:30. Possible bit of overtime if there's anything to see. Sunny day. I was going to give you the wind forecast, but it's negligible. So, and little chance of rain apparently. So that's good. I'll come back to the schedule in a minute, but first let's get to the action. And here we are, our incoming Stansted flight. No drama there. We'll stay with him till he turns off, and then we'll go back to the chat. I hope that bird song is coming through loud and clear. It's absolutely divine. Dopey Gore, good morning to you. Kyle Shield, good morning to you. Just checking I've not missed anybody else. That would be unfortunate. Liam, I hope you're still on your break. You deserve it. You know it makes sense. Right, bit of action. In the form of this Jet 2 737. I'm not quite sure where it's off yet. Lovely and close up. Let's see if we can get a wave out of the crew. Can't tell, the sun's beating on this screen. Dopey Gore, no worries mate, it's always a pleasure when you're with us. I'm always grateful for the support. It is what it is. And as people with children always know, you never get a waking moment, do you? Elzaro was talking in the chat 10 minutes ago about having to take his daughter for a haircut. Caused me to smile. I've been thinking about getting my own haircut on Saturday after the Newcastle live stream. But then I thought about it. In the northeast, the kids are all off, half term and all that. Barber's going to be absolutely chock-a-block with young children getting their haircuts. The good old back-to-school trim. Although I seem to loosely remember when I was a child, that was something my mother used to do. I'll reserve judgment on the style of the haircut. This is that BizJet I started to call and missed the easyJet that was in front of it. Lovely. Sorry folks, I was trying to look at the chat and pan, and as regulars of the show will know, that often results in mixed results. But you're right, Dopey Gore, looked pretty smooth to me. Mind you, I'm guessing when you're paying those fancy prices, you're not expecting to spill any tea on landing. It's so nice here that the midges have come out. It's almost a rerun of Edinburgh the other weekend. Although they soon cleared off when the sun disappeared. So next arrival, apologies if it's been called, looks like a British Airways A320 from London Heathrow. Back to the chat. So in terms of the action that we were hoping to see, and obviously half an hour was lost from the front of the show, we'll stay around at the back end to make the time good, if there's stuff to see, of course. But when I set out this morning, according to flight radar, we were expecting 40 movements with a straight 50-50 split between arrivals and departures. So, as always, before we go deeper into the show, and it's looking like it's clouding up actually as I look further out, but I just want to put a big shout out for our moderators, Ken Alloway and Dopey Gorp, who I've seen in the stream this morning, part of our Fab Four. So, as you know, regulars in the chat do so much to make the chat what it is, so fantastic. And I also want to shout out to our subscribers, recent and not so recent. You help us make the channel what it is, and I never lose sight of that, so a big thank you. And if you're new to this and you like what you see in here during the course of the show, please do subscribe to us, and also consider liking us as well. They sort of go together, don't they? And as I usually forget, hit that notification bell. That way you can stay in touch with what we're up to. And I suppose it seems a judicious moment, while nothing is moving in front of me, to acknowledge the sad passing of the former ITV World of Sport presenter Dickie Davies, who died on Saturday, aged 94. Regulars of the show will know that Plane Sailing Aviation live streams often make reference to Dickie Davies, in tribute really to the World of Sport ITV programme of the 70s and 80s that involved a trio of, I think they were Piper Super Cubs, but I stand to be corrected in the chat, iconic stuff. And every time we see a light aircraft, particularly at Newcastle, they're generally referred to as the Dickie Davies Flying School or the Dickie Davies Squadron. And I think it says a lot, doesn't it, that a Saturday sports show that last aired in the mid-80s still has that kind of legendary status. Those of us who can remember the show can remember the opening tune. It's just one of those things. And I'd like to keep making that reference. I just see it as a living tribute to Dickie and the show, to make those references. But if people in the chat think that's in bad taste, we'll just draw that line. I just wanted to put it out there, because obviously with his passing, it seemed an appropriate moment to canvass you all. So in terms of other action, we've seen the Icelandair 737 MAX 9 from Reykjavik. That's going to go out during the show, which is good. We get to see it both ends. We're also going to see some Loganair Saab 340 action. And as I've said a few times now on streams, my understanding is Loganair are looking to retire that type come summertime, which would be quite sad. We've got the Emirates triple in at 11:30. Grateful if somebody could shout it out in the chat if that is on time. It kind of confused me for a minute because it felt like being at Newcastle, where it comes in at 11:20. So let's see which way we go. Newcastle arrivals lately have tended to be a little bit early, so hopefully that stretches to Glasgow too. It's only fair, really. Just giving the camera something different to look at. And what else have we got? We have a natty looking Cessna 525B Citation due in at 13:35, so plenty to see. Good morning, Simon Irish. 2 minutes away, your house is. So you don't have to move far, do you? It's a lovely spot, this. Thank you, Ken. So our triple is due in 1 hour 48 minutes, currently over the Czech Republic. So running late. Well, we'll catch it with the fact that we're going to be running late. Or more accurately, I was running late. He says to his eternal shame. Just tracking back through the chat, checking I've not missed anyone that's joined us. So I can see something on the far horizon. Oh, thank you, Dopey Dork. Our Emirates is 12:16, so that falls within the span of the show. It might impact us on us catching the departure, but let's just go one thing at a time. So let's dial in, I think, on our British Airways incomer. We're hoping for some aviation action rather than architecture review. Although I absolutely love it when I rock up somewhere new. I could just spend hours just looking this way and that. I won't chase him just yet. I'm thinking the spot that I'm standing on, once we get round to mid-season, will be pretty feisty. Nice puff of smoke. I think the thing that is missing here, and I know that it's a COVID legacy, I suppose, but doing a bit of research on the airport, it's marketed as Scotland's premier long-haul destination airport, and there's not that much long-haul action. Oh, crikey, I've just missed a small plane coming in of that Dickie Davis variety we spoke about. Sorry folks, that was very silent. Alibi 58, good morning to you, sir. How you doing? That be that. Nah, alibi. That's Newcastle. I've gone for a hat-trick of lives. I wanted to do Glasgow, and then it kind of bolted onto Edinburgh, and then because I usually stream on a Saturday from Newcastle, it kind of picked itself. Thank you, Ken, for affirming my sanity. Yes, I'm in good shape, alibi, thank you. Thanks, Tony. Yes, I think that's what I would observe, although on the winter timetable Edinburgh seems a bit light on long haul at the minute as well. To be honest, I'd like them to share it out 50-50, because now I've been here, I'm thinking, yeah, I'd like to come back. I mean, I'd just like a bit more tempo in movements, but I think this is a pretty decent spot to film from, all things considered. Might be a bit tricky on those really severely windy days. Basically, I'm on a raised mound with, like, you know, big pool in front of me of mud and stuff, and if I look behind me, a load of sludge that I can imagine if I went down that way I'd be up to my ankles. Hey ho though. What's happening at the minute? All I can see is our British Airways arrival bleeping away cheerfully on the deck. So let's have a look. Next arrivals. Looks like we have another British Airways due in at 10:47, so not long on that one. A Loganair at 11:05. It doesn't show us in the air, but we kind of know that that's guide to nothing. Gamma Aviation have a arrival from Aberdeen at 11:10 scheduled. That's a Beach B200C Super King Air, and whereas it's a very small image on my screen, it looks a very striking yellow. I'm interested what folks think of that one when we see it. So we have stuff coming in, as we might expect. In terms of departure action, let's see what's... I had posed the question to Loganair as to why we seem to have this inconsistency with picking up their transponders on flight radar. No response yet. So departures, what have we got? We have, I believe it's one of the Saab 340s. If it goes at 10:40, so that should be making itself seen and heard very soon. easyJet have their Amsterdam flights. Well, I can see a little jet tazzing out. Or it's that little light plane, little light aircraft. Ken, not yet. Today's journey was straight from home. Square sausage is on the agenda, mate. This was a Weetabix toast, tea, car, 3 hours, well, 3.5 hours actually, get to Edinburgh. Which reminds me, I need to give a shout out to the management and staff at the Normandy Hotel nearby. Very sportingly, they've let me park up. I'm not a guest there. Haven't charged me anything for it. And I did say I would shout them out a couple of times. Fair's fair and all that. Especially when I want to come back. It might actually be a good stop for me when we combine this with a Prestwick stop in the spring. always got my eye out for new options. So I'm assuming that's where the fire station is. Looks like a fuselage mock-up. Tony McCall, it will be a busy spot next month, and unless the weather is truly vile, because I don't want to break the kit, Plane Sailing Aviation will be here covering it, mate. Oh, assuming it's daylight hours and all that. Usual terms and conditions apply. So, yeah, all noted, my friend. Harold Oysterich. I won't have said that correctly, Harold, and that's a sincere apology on my part. My best effort. Welcome to you in Germany. Which part of Germany, my friend? I can't unfortunately get into detail at the minute, but we are looking at a German stream at some point in the spring. First half of spring preferably, but as always it's about trying to get the right flight prices. Trev Lyon, good morning to you, sir. Jamie Smith, good morning to you. Near to Freeburg. Well, Harold, I'm glad you're with us. I don't know if you're subscribed, but if you like what you see today, please do give it consideration. Don't cost you anything, mate, and helps us. Same with hitting the like button. Thank you, Tony. The 380, we will be here, like I say, unless the weather was particularly onerous. Now here's a question, because I didn't think to check this before I arrived. Those hills in the background, which seem to run for a fair old stretch, what are they called? And while you ponder that question, wondering why I never do my homework, let's have a quick look at the chat. Keith Winter, good morning to you, mate. The midges had come out in the sunshine. I think that they've all cleared off, but in terms of the mound itself, yeah, if it's not termites, it's JCB. We can see the little ripples along the top of it. It's just the job though. But I can imagine when the 380 comes in, it's going to be elbow to elbow. So it'll be I won't be travelling from home that day. Be like one of those scenes from a Mediterranean hotel swimming pool where I'm here with my towel. So let's have a look, see on the horizon. I've got a couple of transponders going. So we have the Air Charter Scotland Cessna 560 XL, Citation XL. We saw that arrive earlier in the show. It's on its way out, working that asset hard, shortly to set off for Madrid, where I'm guessing the weather is pretty handy. We also have a Jet 2 bleeping away on its way to Belfast, which is running late, so hopefully it will be our way soon. And that is a Boeing 737. I almost wondered for a second if that was a positioning flight. Bearing down on 50 likes already. Smashing stuff, folks. Anyone not yet to like, please do give us that like. Does help us grow and don't cost you anything. Kenneth McAllister, good morning and thank you. Kirkpatrick Hills, Duly noted, my friend. I've kind of set myself up in a position that gives me, I'm probably trying to pan end to end about 190 degrees to pick them up early on approach, and these hills just keep on running, and I'm thinking I've got to know what they're called. Trev Line, Campsie Fells, are they part of the Kilpatrick Hills? Are they adjacent? Harold Oostrich, 2018 you were in Aberdeen, from Stuttgart to Amsterdam, and from there with KLM. Scotland is beautiful. I think you speak for everybody there, mate. Liam, what we've got here, traffic will be backtracking down the runway, backtracking down the runway due to work in progress on the Alpha runway. Oh, smashing. That's much appreciated. So for those who weren't in the chat earlier, Liam works in the tower here at Glasgow International Airport. So that information is straight from the top. Right, let's see if we can collect our incomer. British Airways A320 from Heathrow. Might be a little muzzy. The great thing here is you get to pick them up a long way out, which is what I quite like about Edinburgh too, truth be told. I think the chillier weather forecast is just starting to assert itself now. The sun has kind of disappeared, the midges have gone, but it's still a great day. So if you've just joined the stream, welcome to Plane Sailing Aviation, our first ever live broadcast from Glasgow International Airport. You are watching currently a British Airways A320 on arrival. I'm Mark, your host. I can hear a start-up in the background. Don't know if you're picking that up, and you can probably hear the sound of a taxiing Boeing 737. In fact, it's on shot now. So as Liam was kind of telling us, backtracking out. In fact, if I just cut away from our Belfast flight, and here's our little Madrid flight. I'll come to it later in the show because there's some related bits and pieces, but it was quite interesting to see that Which magazine had released a passenger satisfaction survey, and Jet2 took top marks. which was quite reassuring, as I'm hoping to use them to go to Madeira with Mrs. Plane Sailing Aviation for our summer holidays. We tend to go with Chewy, but they don't have a Madeira flight that goes from Newcastle. Do you know, I think I've gained about 2 inches in height since the start of the broadcast. As I keep rocking on my heels, the mud's building up on the bottom of my boots. So let's get to the live action. Staying over, Alibi. Staying over, mate. So I'll be at Edinburgh bright and early tomorrow morning. No excuses for a late start like today, when I managed to turn up half an hour late. Kind of reminded me of my school days. Tony McCall, you've used Jet 2 without complaint. That's good to know, mate. Away we go. I think he's gone out fairly light. As I say, I wasn't sure if that was a positioning flight. Oh, back to planet Earth. Let's get some of our citation action. These lucky people set forth for Madrid. As I think I said on the last stream, if I won some kind of humongous Euro Millions jackpot, I'd have my own bizjet and do a world tour. Plane sailing on tour. So we've passed the 50 likes, which is excellent, bearing down towards the 100 then. Let's just hope we can keep the action moving to give the like a reason. Oh, top tip, Tony, in terms of being able to catch the United 757. Although to be fair, I have a mixed history of catching high-flying jets overflying my position. It's usually where Ken starts sending off those emojis of telescopes. But challenge accepted, if the cloud permits it. I'm just going to rest the camera towards the Scottish Air Ambulance headquarters, see if I can pick the chopper up, or one of the choppers. In a fashion, more fence and chopper. Give me a chance to see the chat. Andrew Foster, good morning to you. How are you doing? Ken, I'm delighted, mate, it's still clear at Alloway. That might augur well for later in the show, and certainly tomorrow. It's still a technically west-south-westerly prevailing wind, although the windsock itself is absolutely, well, flaccid, if you will. Thanks, Ken. You may need to send a couple of those out. To be honest, the way the cloud's dappling behind me and to the side of me, I'm not sure. We'll watch it on flight radar and see if we can do it. Let's have a quick butchers. So a little bit of a pause in action, folks. Although I can see somebody transponding on the deck, and that will be an outgoing A320 operated by easyJet on its way to Paris. So back in the chat, Andrew Foster, you've flown Jet 2 many times and never had a bad experience. The evidence is stacking up, mate. I think we're going to be switching this summer. Definitely going to be Jet 2, not Chewy. I just can't think of a reason to go in the opposite direction. Audrey McDonald, good morning. Back from the dentist. Hope that wasn't too troubling. Coffee in hand, exactly. Great to have you with us. How's things at New Biggin today? Andrew, I'm delighted to be at Glasgow. We are coming back, mate, no question. Alibi 58, sunny in East Lothian. We need to hang on to that. So while we've got a slight pause in play, I'm just going to go back to the Jet 2 point of interest. So that was, you might have seen it in the media. I think the Telegraph Online covered it, so if they've got it, others will. Which magazine released its survey results for 2022, which named Wizz Air as the worst for short-haul flights in terms of punctuality. Something in the region of nearly half of their flights reportedly late, according to CAA data, and poor ratings for boarding and the cabin environment and seat comfort, which is interesting. Ryanair didn't do particularly well on that, but Ryanair did get favourable comment for competitive pricing, and as you'll know from my own feedback from the Dublin live stream, I can only say for the money it was good. So I suppose that's the other part to this. So a number of you have used Jet 2 to good effect. I'm curious if that's the case with Wizz Air. I know there's a regular Wizz Air service at Edinburgh, because we tend to pick that up, don't we, in the streams, although that tends to be Warsaw and Bucharest. It was interesting, the point about cabin comfort, because certainly at Edinburgh it's the A321 that goes through there. I know they've got other planes in service, but you know, modern planes. Andrew Foster's watching from Leeds. What's the weather there, buddy? Good morning, Andy C. Bob the Boulder. I'm working on that myself, mate. In steady inches. West Sussex by the sea. Bound to be sunny down there. And let's have a look. It's good to know, Audrey, that the dentist didn't get too carried away and the weather in your part of the world is good. Views over the sea perfect. Oh, might get a bit of spotting in then. Just having a quick check that all my vital signs are in fact doing what they should be doing. Whilst we await next action. Let's take the camera somewhere else. Liam, our friend in the tower, was talking about some emergency runway activity on the taxiway. I'm guessing this crew here might have some involvement. They look like the kind of fellows who might. Keith Winter, I think the crane, in fact let's go back to the crane so our local experts can confirm. In fact, hold fire, let's stay with this taxiing A320. Let's see if we can get a wave. Our easyJet wavers. You'll have to tell me if they have, because I'm not able to see with that level of precision. No particular rush. Wait till KLM get there. They'll eat the yards up. Looks like we're going short. Remember correctly, off to Paris. Well, it looks like our runway repair crew have moved things along a little bit. Just going to rest there while I see what's going on in the chat. Thank you, Keith Winter. Always happy to oblige. Tony McCall, I will stay vigilant for my chance to miss the 757. Challenge always accepted. Pound million. The crane is the famous John Brown shipyard. Oh, I've heard of that. I'll tell you what, while we have a hiatus in play, let's go to the John Brown shipyard, because it does look incredibly iconic. You can only imagine what things look like with big ships on the Clyde. Look at the windsock, bit of action now. What did I say earlier? Flaccid, now it's limp. It's definitely strengthening up. I think by lunchtime the wind was supposed to pick up to about 24 mile an hour, something in that region. Right, here we are. John Brown shipyard. Is that an active shipyard still, or is the crane retained for heritage purposes? Oh, that's an interesting alibi. Used to make parts for the steering gear that were sent to the shipyards. Right, let's get focused back on the nitty-gritty action. So there must be something on its way. The gaps are a bit bigger than I understood to be on flight radar. So I'm not sure we've had any cancellations. Right, let's have a look. I can see the United 757 on flight radar. No. You won't need the telescope on me, Ken. The cloud's quite low at the back on me. Although, to be fair, if we get to the end of the show and I haven't earned a second telescope, give me one anyway, just for sheer endeavour, or lack of endeavour, whichever way you want to do it. So sunny but chilly in Leeds, says Andrew Foster. Loving the stream. We're loving having you, mate. Long time since you've been to Glasgow. Same here, really. I think the last time was driving by Glasgow on the way to Prestwick last May. Just excuse me, folks. I'm just reaching for a cereal bar. If the rustling gets too disturbing, I will desist. Don't be shy to shout out in the chat. Stop crunching or similar. But it's funny, isn't it, when you look at that crane and then just imagine some of the big ships that would have undoubtedly been berthed along there. It's like some of those images you see, say, from East End of London, down, you know, down at the old Canary, or where Canary Wharf is now, and you see rows and rows of houses and then some huge ship at the end of the street. Almost mind-blowing. And you see, there's no way of eating this quietly. It seems to have got a lot colder and got a little bit more solid. When I arrived, everything that was being carried in my coat pocket was naturally a lot warmer. Now it's set. There we go, more action. easyJet are pulling their weight today. Can't believe it. And while that's happened, light aircraft has just swooped in and landed. I'll tell you what, live streaming is a fabulous aid to dieting, because you can only snatch the odd bits and bobs here and there. Mind you, I got some great news on the way here. Parked up in the car park that was the M8 on the outskirts of Glasgow this morning. They were saying on the radio that there's some kind of possible shortage of salad stuff due to adverse weather conditions in Spain and North Africa. And now some supermarkets were applying rationing. Although one of the examples was quite spurious. Some lady that had attempted to buy 100 cucumbers. Who's buying 100 cucumbers from a supermarket? Anyway, by the by, as somebody who is on a very salad heavy diet, courtesy of Mrs. Plane Sailing Aviation, who keeps me in good fettle, I thought, well, it's not the worst news I've heard, that there's going to be a shortfall of salad. Perhaps for a bit more calorific stuff in instead. Salad substitute. Quite a bit transponding now, so you are looking at the easyJet that is on its way to Amsterdam, and we have a Jet 2 737 tracking out on its way to Alicante, and a Gulfstream G650 behind that. Andrew Foster. That is some heroic stuff, mate. 2 stone in 6 weeks. Thing is, all the good stuff comes with calories, doesn't it? Keith Winter. It obviously sounds like I am. Sorry, everybody. It's gone now. We'll have that edited out, the highlights of the show. Ultimate salad dodger. It's impossible to dodge the salad in our house, my friend. But if the supermarkets are going to ration the stuff, what are you going to do? I'll definitely make the best out of the alternatives. So, ready to go. Trev Lyne's a salad dodger too. Seems to be the winning trend. Ken Alloway, you give me a hard time. Yeah, the chomping's done. Well, that's the interesting point, Keith Winter. If you grow them yourself, you tend to feel more inclined to eat it, don't you? I keep an allotment, a small one, and I like the salad stuff that I produce, but obviously it's a labour of love. I enjoy the growing of. wind is definitely picking up. So this 737 off to Alicante.
Christina doesn't eat fruit or salad, so you'll be okay.
Well, I like fruit. Well, some fruit anyway. Not so keen on oranges. Far too messy.
Now I'm sure that Guinness, looking at Andrew Foster's comment, has some
Other benefits. So might have a few calories, but I'm fairly sure is good for the soul. Don't they also say it's good for iron deficiency? Can't remember if it's Guinness or something else. EasyJet in the foreground. You might get a slight screen stutter. I think I'll take a couple of snaps of this. Fence out of it. Caught me out there. I was looking at the chat. There's a quick picture. And another one. Looks like this one's going the long way around because there's a Loganair in Grey 145. You'll see it cutting across in the background. Not sure if it's transponding, but check that sound out. I'm going to go with the Loganair, probably inaccurately or incorrectly, but that looks like that's going out pretty soon. Actually, I might come back to the EasyJet. There's a vehicle pulled out next to it. Liam, if you're still in the chat, what's happening, mate? He's being paddled by a member of the ground ops team. Oh, he's just been turned around to hold, hasn't he? We'll have to take another snap, folks. Sorry, a new angle presents itself. Choose a nice one for later. Sorry if I've been a little inattentive to the chat. 77 likes. Excellent, folks.
33 more then for the 100. Oh, 23 more. My maths is out. All that age. Nice and early, as you would expect. Which is quite interesting. So our exec jet that's bound for Madrid seems to be having a fuel tanker coming out to it here. And what else is there? A small van over there. And in case you don't believe me that it's all happening here at Glasgow International Airport, let's see if we can pick that hawk up. Nah, it's just confounding me. Just dropped. Oh, I'm back up. No, gone. Some poor field mouse is having a bad day. Let's get back to the aviation. In case you're confused and it's become aviation birdwatch or something. Likes 20 to 100. Heath Winter, just a job mate. That's exactly what Mr. Plane Sailing Aviation does. Hope to catch you in a bit, buddy. Tony, I think you could be right, although I'd be surprised, and I don't know the operations well enough here at Glasgow, if they would have planned to bring it all the way out here. I don't think they are chock heavy with planes on the apron. Might be different in the BizJet terminal bit. Canalaway says the next arrival will be an Aer Lingus ATR 72 from Dublin, just the job. So the Loganair departure going to Southampton. I suppose there's a chance to have a quick look, see the flight radar. See what's next up after our ATR 72. Well, do you know what? I'm going to go back to that Hawk because it's actually in the same line as the ATR 72. So, there's the Hawk. I'm assuming it's a Hawk. Of course, in this part of the world, it could be something more exotic. I can't tell on my little screen, but if anybody else can,
I love that sort of thing, even if I'm not running it's an aviation channel, not an aviary channel. Not quite the right word, is it? Let's get back to the real action. Of course, those of you that saw the live stream on Friday from Newcastle in the grip of Storm Otto, or the highlights package, will have seen some very skillful activity from an Aer Lingus pilot. One go around, got in second time of asking, but it was tough. The conditions were pretty difficult. And if I remember correctly, we ran a poll on our community post, and I think the ATR 72 came out the winner in the end, 50-odd%. The Emirates 777 being the next most nominated at 24%, something in that region. I'm just going off the top of my head, folks. You would think I'd be a bit more prepared than that. I was, but I can't see my notes. Go back to seeing how the other half live. Quite a privilege to get up this close. Martin Gallagher, Kestrel, Ken Alloway confirms, as does Ali McClellan. Trev Lyon, Kestrel, delighted. My part of the world, it tends to be sparrowhawks for the most part. Andrew Foster, yes, that was a bit of a double. He's not having a lot of luck. He's dived a few times, but yeah, whether he's trying to spook something out of cover. So Ali McLennan says the gates nearest the porter cabin is where you usually go spotting. Great view from there. Hang on a minute. Just got to get my eye in. Which porter cabin are you talking, Ali? Is it that one or somewhere else? Oh, right, aircraft alert. I'm on my A game now. Well, for the next couple of minutes. Not entirely sure, but that looks like that might be a Grob tutor. Shout it out, folks, if I'm anywhere near right. See the RAF roundels, can I? Let's have a look. Are they roundels? Yeah. Yeah, my lad used to be in the RAF cadets and used to regularly do the air experience flights in Grob tutors. So we've got, as you can imagine, quite a few snaps of that type. He's elected for a backroom kind of role on Plane Sailing Aviation. Otherwise I'd post you a picture of him in his flying kit. Proud dad and all that. be hanging around. I'm going to guess that's an Air Experience flight as well. Let's see how things are looking with our Madrid Cessna citation. Ken G, good morning to you, sir. How you doing? So what is transponding on the deck? We have a British Airways A320 bleeping away merrily, shortly to depart for London Heathrow. It should have departed. 11:30 was the due out time, so that will be due out shortly. Our next arrival, I'm going to wager, will be the Lufthansa A320 from Frankfurt, departed 1 hour 22 minutes ago. Keith Winter, not ordinarily. When I used to live in Leicestershire, yes. We are going to live stream from Birmingham. I'm just going to work out how to blend it in with some other activity. Whether we combine that with East Midlands Airport or Stansted. Be one of those things I'll consult subscribers over actually. What would you like to see? I mean, to be fair, if we go to Birmingham, we may just elect to bolt Heathrow onto it. But I'll commission a poll on that one. It's one of those things that Plane Sailing Aviation, we've kind of taken Newcastle and Edinburgh as home territory because geographically they're nearer, and then it's a case of trying to sweeten the mix a bit for you as viewers by going to some different places. Like we're off to Schiphol. Ken will put me right, I murdered the spelling of that the other day. 18th and 19th of March. That'll be our second overseas trip. More comms on that in due course. but days like today are very much about trying to bring you something different. Glasgow doesn't seem to get an awful lot of live stream coverage, so it's great to be here. Gaz 2112, hello to you, my friend, from a sunny Belfast. Well, don't knock it, mate. It was sunny here to start with. Kind of run out of luck on that. Anyway, welcome to the stream. I'm Mark, the host. We're going to be streaming till at least 1:30. We might go longer if there's action. I failed to start on time, so there's a risk I'll get put in detention. Poor travel planning. Who'd have thought there might have been a bit of a rush hour jam on the M8? You actually pay for the cost of aviation fuel per litre. Ken G, it's an interesting point you raise. I don't know if you caught any of our stream, I can't remember whether you were on it or not, a couple of weeks back, so from the traditional mound, but I was musing on the same thing really, looking at the new runway, wondering whether there was any perspectives there that offered anything interesting. And you're right, Ken, you do have to choose your days and times for LHR. It's getting a bit lively down there. Dopey Gore, thanks for the heads up, mate, so that's good to know. Our Emirates 777, which is late, is now approaching the UK coastline, 40 minutes out. So in for around 20 past 12, good to see it. Skip. Thanks to Gore. Paul isn't. Told you, I murder the pronunciation of most things. I'm going to Amsterdam. Andy C, Bob the Boulder. Originally, Loughborough in Leicestershire. So we live in the northeast of England now. Moved up about 10 years ago. But obviously I'm never going to pass myself off as a Geordie. Ali McLennan, Lufty A320 with us in 5 to 10. Excellent, I will be vigilant. El Zorro, fantastic views. They sure are, buddy. I think now it's got a bit cloudier and we've lost some of the benefit of the sunshine. It probably doesn't shine as bright for you as the viewer, but a good close-up here of a Cessna Citation bound for Madrid. Yeah, the M8, well, I've discovered a lot today, let's just say. When I'm back here for the 380, there is no all chance of me being late. You can hang your hat on that, fellows and ladies. Kenji, board of Heathrow. Oh, I love Heathrow. I think there are tendencies to overfish certain things a bit much. Andrew Foster, younger sister, lives in Loughborough. Born and raised there, me. Nice part of the world. The good thing about Loughborough was, if you thought I'll take myself down to Heathrow for a bit of plane spotting, you could be there in what, hour and 40 minutes if you choose your time. Obviously not rush hour traffic. Right, I am scanning my eagle eye. I can now see the Lufthansa A320. I'm just going to rotate you round in preparation. I don't think our BizJet is going anywhere immediately. Wind's dropped a little bit. It's supposed to be getting stronger. Well, ish. I'm just going to hold the camera in roughly the right direction. Andy C. Northumberland's absolutely gorgeous, mate.
We used to come up for long weekends and holidays in the summer.
Don't really choose to live in the northeast for the suntan,
but in terms of beautiful countryside and great places, it's just top notch.
And Ken, thank you for that reminder. I am forgetting.
So please do subscribe to us, like us, hit the bell. 92 likes on the clock, which is fabulous. 8 more for the 100.
Please help us
hit the 100 club.
Makes it all worthwhile. Another British Airways departure, but before we get to that, Lufthansa's the way we're going. I don't know if I missed it in the chat, and I do apologise if I did, but we were talking about the Which survey, which gave Jet2 top marks and Wizz Air bottom marks in terms of customer satisfaction, whereas I think a number of people had used Jet2 and enjoyed the experience. I don't think I'd seen anybody say they'd used Wizz. Plume of smoke. It's just a shame we don't get the terminal from here. Question for the chat, for those of you that are familiar with here, what's the viewing like the opposite side at Yonderton Farm? I had considered that location, I was saying earlier on. I'm just curious what it is like there, because I'm assuming you get the terminal. 4 more likes for 100. Who is going to be Mr. or Mrs. 100? Or Miss? Yeah, Andrew Foster. I've never flown Lufthansa either. Would rather like to. That's on the list. They do seem to be quite pricey. They are on my bucket list for the 747 to Los Angeles, but that's a bit of jam tomorrow. So for anybody that's just joined us, just a gentle reminder, this is the first part of a triple header. First 2 parts in Scotland, Glasgow International Airport today, Edinburgh Airport tomorrow, and our regular Saturday show from Newcastle International Airport on Saturday. Weather forecast so far looks reasonable across all 3 days, so we hope you can join us for some or all of it. You're always welcome. Don't think this will be hanging around. I don't think the BizJet will be hanging around too long now. They've finished fueling and a different van has pulled up, a black one. Can't tell if it's one of those VIP escort type vehicles. It definitely isn't the people who bring the on-board catering. Showtime. Going back to Ken G's point about Heathrow, it's really one of the reasons we're here at Glasgow today. I mean, our other home airports don't get a lot of coverage, but Glasgow, for its size, gets surprisingly little. I think pre-pandemic it was something like the UK's 8th busiest, handling around 9 million passengers. I don't think it's hitting those kind of numbers. Alibi had a great Lufthansa flight, short one. Well, you could argue short or long. The onboard experience, etc. Tony McCall, not sure you will see over the fence from the farm. Yeah, that's why I kind of chickened out. I watched Mac Aviation's stream and figured roughly where he went, or very close to, would do for me. It was a percentage bet, and to be honest, when you're running half an hour late, there is no time for a voyage of discovery. I cut a pitiful sight when I lumbered up here anyway. I looked like a fugitive, excessively dressed, carrying a lot of stuff. Looked like I'd done a smash and grab somewhere. Andrew, you're watching till the end. Good stuff, mate. Then bed for you, work at midnight. Man, it bites, doesn't it, nights? Oh, 2 likes now for the 100. Come on, there must be 2 people on this stream who've yet to hit the like. Share that, love.
I'm just going for a battery change, Ken Alloway. That's power rather than camera. So just bear with me, folks. Power on. Who's Richard Kimball? I did find something quite good rooting around in the rucksack, looking for the next battery. Found another snack. Be less crunchy than the other one, although I'll let the viewers be the judge of that. Oh, and while I've been rooting around, we've passed 100. Well done, folks. Thank you so much. I used to do nights every third week back in my 20s and some of my 30s. No, just my 20s actually, when I think about it. I just remember being permanently tired. All you ever heard in the summer was the sound of lawnmowers, as everybody that was retired cuts their lawn at about 11 o'clock in the morning. Well, it seemed in those days that was the case. Now I'm retired, I'm looking forward to doing the same. No, you're joking. A bit more sympathetic than that. Oh, man. Right, snack alert. This one is not crunchy. The wrapper might sound a little bit lively, but so, we have a bit more action imminent. Prepare for action. Oh my lord, hang on a minute. I've spotted something else on the horizon. Might be our grub tutor on the way back. No, it's not that. Pretty smooth. Let's hope it's a subscriber. Or she's a subscriber. Sorry folks, I was just having a route around. So that's the van that's just departed the exec jet. Fuel tankers withdrawing. Looks like the runway repairs have got a little bit more distance to travel. Ken has an ex-farmer neighbour who cuts and trims at 7. I mean, don't get me wrong, an early riser like me, that's not so bad I suppose, but yeah, I can't imagine it being universally popular. Mrs. Plane Sailing Aviation would probably have a dim view of that one. Cabo taxi, Glasgow or Edinburgh Airport, which has the more variety? I've got to go with Alibi 58, Edinburgh. I think this airport has certainly had a good long haul history previously. Here's a random question for the chat. It was something I picked up when I was doing a bit of research on the airport. Which airline operated the first Boeing 747 into Glasgow? Bit of something random, but it really caught my eye. Because if you posed me that question, oh my word, another speedy light aircraft arrival. This is our RAF Rob Tutor. Well, whatever the ground ops guys are doing, I can smell the bitumen. Probably hear the rasping notes of the ATR 72 Aer Lingus, which will be in view in a jiff. There you go. Just about to depart for the short hop back to Dublin.
We'll have a quick look to see where the small planes are parked up. Something new for the eye, whilst I have a quick look to see at the chat. In fact, let's just have a look to see what is due to come in. We did have a Loganair flight that was due in at 5 to 12, which isn't showing as live, so that'll be interesting. I think that'll be a Saab 340 if it happens. British Airways due in at 12:07, so 2 or 3 minutes, something in that region. Then Ryanair at 12:30. Somewhere in between, 20 past, 12:19, we will have our delayed Emirates triple. And as you know, this show loves its Emirates triple. So let's have a quick look see in the chat. Keith Winter giving me a hard time again. That was the last snack, mate. I'm snackless now. Probably a good thing, isn't it, really? Dr. Mark Kimball, The Fugitive. I'd missed that one. Let's have a look. Triple 7 overhead near Otterburn. Thank you, Audrey. (747) Highland Express. Nope. Audrey McDonald. BOAC. Nope. Kenneth McAllister. Air Canada. All the places I would have shopped, and nope. See if anyone else has shouted out on that one. According to the airport's history page, it was Alitalia, who I would never have associated with putting a 747 through here, but presumably a stopover on the way to New York or somewhere else on that way on. Look at that, some toiling away there. Must have spotted a couple of holes or cracks that needed patching up. So, looking on flight radar, you can see British Airways London Gatwick flight is shortly to turn in for Glasgow. It's imminent. Can't see it to the naked eye. In fact, according to flight radar, it's yet to turn. It's probably going on to Aberdeen. Bit of an overrun. Welcome back, Carl Shield. Hope things are good in Dublin. So little pausing plate. It's one of those frustrations when you prep up on a stream. You look to see where the gaps are going to be, and there wasn't any. There's 2 or 3 what you might call 15 kind of minute gaps, but must have been a couple of flights cancelled, I'm thinking. Keith Winter's brother flies around the world a lot, flew Emirates into Birmingham last week and rates them highly. And I can imagine they sell on service. I think there's been a common criticism, unfairly or not, that British Airways have been eroding their service to try and ward off the competition from the low costs. I have some sympathy to that argument, if I'm honest. I've been flown with British Airways recently and flown short haul with them some years back before the drive towards low cost, and you can feel the difference in service, certainly in terms of in-flight refreshments. So one of the things we are looking to do, or to try out, last week was a one-off. Obviously the action from Newcastle was of the unusual kind. Storm Otto, we don't get storms every week, do we? Mercifully. And we did a plane of the day. We'll do something similar off the back of the streams today, tomorrow, and at Newcastle on Saturday. So we'll do that through the community posts. So if you have a particular plane that you feel strongly about during the course of the show, please sing it out in the chat. When you do these YouTube polls, you're limited to 5 choices, so at the minute we haven't got anything moving, but you get the general idea. Make it a bit more interactive. It's quite interesting, going back to the Alitalia 747. I mean, I know blow all about this location until I prepped up for today, and obviously I realise there's people in the chat who know a lot more. But I hadn't realised that Glasgow International hadn't opened until 1966. The original airport being at Renfrew, I think, is that right? This being on the former RAF Abbotssinch airfield. Hope I've got that right. Officially opened 27th of June 1966 by the late Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, and with the runway, for those who like their stats, 2,665 metres long. Runway 23, that end of the runway for easterlies, and 05 from the west. First wide body arrivals, September 1972. Blast from the past stuff this. Lockheed TriStar, didn't say who'd operated it, and followed the following month by another blast from the past, a Lake Airways DC-10. Right, back to the action. Not the person running in the foreground, as lively as they are. I know it said there was a 10% or less chance of rain, but I'm now thinking that forecast might be a little bit generous. Let's hope so. Well, hope it's right, should I say. So tomorrow we move on to Edinburgh, so looking
looking forward to being able to show you the action from there. And Saturday, Newcastle International. Although today's show we plan to run on till at least 1:30, possibly 2 o'clock, but that will be determined by what's moving. Just going to give you a slightly alternate pan. So, foreground Scottish ambulance service, Air Ambulance. And this is my attempt to try and reach into the terminal. As you can see, there's no clean view to be had. A couple of tail fins, fire tender, tinkering along. Sadly we can't pick out the tower with our friend Liam, who's on duty today. Yeah, I'm starting to feel the weather changing now. So we may need to make a couple of tweaks to the setup. Hoping not. So I'm thinking, if all things are equal, thank you Dopey Gore, you and I are on the same wavelength, total telepathy. I'm thinking that our Emirates triple is fairly imminent, and you're exactly right, it'll be turning in shortly. It says arrival 1 minute, as always I think that's generous. I'm hoping this possibility of showers stays away from my little square of Glasgow. Bring the camera around so you can appreciate the changing conditions. So we pan through. Knowledge for today, the John Brown shipyard. I'm just going to rest the camera there for a second while I take a stock of our position on the deck. We have a British Airways A320 outbound to Gatwick, transponding away merrily, so hopefully we'll have that moving out. And our Emirates 777, significantly late, should have been in at 11:30, is now turning in, matter of minutes away, so 777 time folks. Andy C, goodbye now for now, mate. Hope you get some Zeds. And yeah, it'd be great to catch you tomorrow, but make sure you look after yourself and get those Zeds in. Gonna have to tweak things, folks. Feels like the rain has found me. No drastic tweaks required yet. Oh, I can see our Emirates. Not sure whether you'll be able to yet. I'm just going to give the camera a quick wipe. Is. Well, that 10% probability on rain didn't quite play out, did it? I think I'm going to have to go for bagging the camera a bit once we get this plane on the deck. The thing I love about our position at Newcastle is when they get to the end of the runway and we get a really good close-up view head on. Just love that shot as it turns off. So folks, I'm just doing a bit of wiping of water off. Right, I'm just going to make some setup adjustments, folks. So, rustling alert, you're going to get some rustling. changed my mind. Feels like it's brightening up. Keith Winter, see you my friend, thanks for joining us, look forward to seeing you next time out. Edinburgh tomorrow, next time out. Looking at the light count, 118, be nice if we could get ourselves nudged on towards that magical 150, plenty of time. So if you are new to the channel, not yet subscribed, please give it consideration. And subscribed or unsubscribed, please consider giving us a like. Right, I'm just going to take some of the wet stuff off now. Well, it looks like our ground ops tarmac repair crew are finished just in time for lunch. Next inbound, I believe, will be a Ryanair. That's been an interesting feature of the stream, hasn't it? The general absence of Ryanairs. Plenty of British Airways, Jet2 and easyJet. Anywho, that is the Dublin to Glasgow flight, due in the next 5, according to flight radar. And that is being pursued in by a KLM from Amsterdam, due in 11 minutes. So they're the next 2 arrivals. That'll be an Embraer 175 standard. Nice variety. In the meantime, a bit of light aircraft action for us. Bit blow here, but essentially a headwind. Just feeling it. The sunshine on the fuselage there, signs of better weather to come. Some of Ken's sunshine from Alloway. Looks like we've got an outgoer as well. Of outgoers.
Icelandair is in a foot race with this little plane. Well, foot race is probably not quite right, is it? But similar colours, as you'll appreciate in a minute. A quick snap off. So you're looking at a 737 MAX 9. Well, at least those pesky showers seem to have abated. Dopey Gore, sorry I've missed you. I think I probably missed you. Thanks for your support, buddy. Really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your day. As always, our moderators on the stream today, we've had Dopey Gore, Ken Alloway, Alibi 58, fantastic. I just don't praise them enough, do I? But praise extended, all three, fantastic. Chat's nothing without good mods. Good people, good mods. It makes such a great mix. So, we look at the returning Reykjavik flights. That's interesting, Tony. Ryanair fell out with Glasgow. They're certainly not represented here. I suppose like most airlines though, they drive a pretty hard bargain on what they're prepared to pay. Alibi 58 and Beach B200C Super King on its way in. I can see Alibi. At least I hope that's what it is. That could be the KLM, couldn't it? Let's just see what flight radar tells me. It tells me I'm timed out. Story of my life. Talking of time, I think we've just entered into the last hour of the show. Hour and a bit, depending on what we see. Flight radar's having a moody on me now. Okay. The next in will be the Ryanair Dublin flight, I think. Although it looked very crowded. Of course that's not a Ryanair. Alibi! What can I say, mate? I don't know about Ken needing to give me another telescope. I think I need a magnifying glass to look at the tablet that I've got attached to the side of my tripod. This is this very striking plane that I was talking about earlier on, with the very bright yellow, almost DHL style colours. That is a good looking plane. So yes, Ken, I need a magnifying glass emoji for the chat for when I failed to read flight radar properly. Ah, age is such a cruel thing. meantime, Icelandair is ready to roll. Let's get a quick snap. And I see a Lufthansa departure at 10 o'clock to my current position. So we've got continuity of action, folks, after a little bit of a pause. Back on the deck, see something approaching. Now I know we had Ryanair on its way in. Yep, that's a Boeing 737. Incoming from Dublin. This Airbus A320 shortly to be off to Frankfurt. In fact, it's off to Frankfurt. Where's our Super King? Let's have a quick rest here for the minute while we await our next arrival, a KLM Embraer 175. Good afternoon, Ian Fleming. Just spotted you in the chat, mate. And Psychologist, hi to you. Thanks for joining us
I'm a little bit behind on chat, so I do apologise if I have missed anybody's entry into the chat. Psychologist, thanks for liking and subscribing. Appreciate the support. Oops, and while I'm busy getting excitable, which is one of my weaknesses, we are on air again tomorrow, staying in Scotland, although this time it will be Edinburgh. Plan to start about 7:45, I think. Rain's back, and then we're at Newcastle Saturday morning, 7:45 start through till about 11:30. So hope to see you at one or the other, but either which way, thanks for being here today. Sorry folks, I'm just trying to wipe things down and pan. It's starting to spit with rain a little bit. Just going to rest things up a second, folks. Ken, thank you mate, keeping me on the straight and narrow. This I was a little bit behind on the chat. Liam Murphy, welcome back to Glasgow anytime. Mate, trust me, we are coming back. Your second break done. Good to be part of the stream. Any questions, let you know. Here's a quick one. How frequent are the breaks that you have to take in the tower? Because I can imagine that you have to keep yourself in pretty fresh order. Either which way. Hope you've enjoyed watching us at your airport. And like I say, we'll be back. Just looking at the light count, 127, so still bearing towards that 150. Super stuff. Ian Fleming, what airports? Well, home airport is Newcastle, which we tend to try and do one a week from there. Edinburgh we'd consider as a home airport as well, a bit further up the A1. Well, one's down the A1, one's up. And there are two main ones. Today we've extended our range a bit further. I'm going to stay over in Edinburgh tonight, so because Glasgow's a bit of a jaunt for me, but that's the part of the country that we describe as home, but we are looking to go elsewhere. So a few weeks ago we live streamed from Dublin. We're Glasgow today. We're off to Amsterdam in March, and we actually launched at Heathrow, followed by a live stream at London City. So I guess Newcastle, Edinburgh in the main, and then a regular diet of guest airports. Oh, thanks Liam. So a maximum of 2 hours. Yeah, I can imagine that you need to keep your concentration. How long have you been a controller? Well, Ian Fleming, we're there on 18th and 19th of March, so hope you can join us. Oops, crikey, I can't believe it.
Been caught out again. Russia. I've got to be honest, mate, Frankfurt or Munich, and eventually both of them, they're on our list of places. I've been Frankfurt myself, not for live streaming, just to spot. Had a cracking weekend. Lovely city. Munich looks good for traffic as well, doesn't it? So, you did say at the start, Liam, ATSA, air traffic, the S bit, I can't remember. And the second question I was going to pose is, do you have much trouble with drones here? Dublin's been in the news recently for drone activity, and I'm just curious if that's a problem here. Martin Gallagher, see you tomorrow, my friend. Looks like we've got some helicopter action to keep us ticking over from the Scottish Air Ambulance Service. Sadly, I'm supposing that means somebody's having a bad day. Sorry about the post-in view, but at least you can see what's happening. Next arrival will be another British Airways, this one a baby bus, A319 from Heathrow. Services assistant, thank you, Liam. So not bad, quite good structure in place for dealing with drones, good to know. You're our first subscriber, to my certain knowledge, that works in the tower, so it's a great day for us. Keep an eye on the incoming British Airways arrival, and you can have your cake and eat it, hopefully. See the chopper lift off. Great sound, hope it's coming through to you, the viewer. Via PayPal, sorry if I've been a bit slow on this, a £10 donation from Alibi58. Alibi58, thank you, my friend. Sorry I'm shouting a little bit, that's not the helicopter, that's just me getting overly excited. As you know, everything we get goes straight back into the next trip, so
That's exactly what's going to happen. When I collect myself, I better get ready for the next arrival, or you'll be legitimately asking for a refund. Cheers, mate. Cockahoo. Right, where's this blinking plane? Now, here we go. Very kind alibi. See how dark that sky looks in the background? We're going to get our cake and eat it, folks. A couple of snaps off, sorry. I'm too excitable. I'm starting to think that Tony McCall was correct, that the busiest that's parked up in front of me ain't going anywhere anytime soon. Gutted. That's where the weather is coming from. Doesn't look massively promising. Just bear with me, folks. Get myself back in the chat. Carl Shield, more trouble in Dublin with drones then. I know Ryanair have taken to tweeting some fairly critical comments of, I'm assuming you're Transport Minister, about needing to get to grips with it. I mean, it was a real problem in the UK, but the authorities here seem to have got on top of it. And this business with using laser pointers on people, just, well, criminal madness. Tony, I should have deferred to your local knowledge, mate. I let optimism take hold of me. I thought this plane's going to go out and we'll get some great sound. But say yo. So in terms of who's transponding on the deck, let's have a quick look see. Somebody is on the move. That somebody is an easyJet A320 on its way to Belfast. So let's get teed up ready for that. Who else is transponding? Airways going back to terminal, and there's a light aircraft, a Cessna F-17-2N Skyhawk that is transponding over the far side. Let's have a look at that very quickly.
would have done. Down the tarmac by British Airways departure, Heathrow, assuming. Stay with the easyJet for the minute. Lovely double nostril of Jet A1. First of the day actually. Must be a sign the wind is moving. Right, let's get to our Neo. So a couple of departures in quick order. Belfast first. Followed by Heathrow. Chance for a quick delve into the chat, I think. Ken Alloway, thank you so much, my friend. Generous always, and as I say to, yeah, you don't have to, and I'm really appreciative, and it will be put to good work, you know it. Thank you so much. Feeling that emotional surge again. I mean, I'm going to shout out for our moderators, not just because of the donations today, but the time they give to the channel, supporting the chat, and of course everybody in the chat. You all play your part. I think I will have to take a deduction though for that coffee. I'm absolutely perished. It was like a spring day earlier. Now it very much feels like February. So next out. So, all dressed up and ready to go.
So according to flight radar, we have a Loganair arrival at 1:10. More on that in a bit. Let's stay with the outgoing British Airways A320. So we will be back here in March, definitely, for the Emirates A380 welcome return. Looking forward to that. Definitely picking up. So it looks like we have something small, a tiddler on approach, a Cirrus SR22T, if indeed that is coming here. So let's see what the larger scale action looks like. Arrivals Loganair at 13:10, although it's not transponding, so it's unclear if it's in the air or not. You can hear that wind now, can't you? Windsock watch. I think it's every one of the 24 miles an hour that was forecast. The Emirates was due to go at 13:20, but that doesn't seem very likely given its very late arrival. Quick check on power. Good afternoon to you, sir. How's things? Seem to have hit a small pause. Seems to be the feature of speed today, to be fair. I'm expecting the next incoming action to be a light aircraft. Oh, I can't see it. I've just got it.
interesting how he finds his landing. Let's have a look. Serene sight. So into the last half hour of the show, can we get ourselves to 150 likes? I'm not all about the numbers, but it would be great to get to 150. Nice round milestone type number. If you like what you see, it doesn't cost you anything, and of course if you're not yet subscribed, please consider subscribing. As a growing channel, you'd be our lifeblood. He's skating on the roof of the porter cabin. Ken, you want to see the windsock, mate? Not sure if this is a stale comment or not. Windsock. Tony's saying about the 380 stop for the winter season before COVID. It is a welcome return, isn't it? Paul Rusher, thanks so much for your kind support, my friend. Too kind, Ali McLennan. I'm sure you're underselling yourself. Yeah, it's definitely picking up. I'll dismiss this arrival. Ken, that's my second telescope, innit? Snuck in. I'd have never made it with the Royal Observer Corps, would I? Feels like the rain's returned as well. Although to be honest, it's only been a very, very light shower. Can't say I've been hard done to. Like again, you know I treasure those telescopes. Well, I can hear somebody started up in the background.
departure. I think, Ali, our very first videos were shot on a phone. Thinking back, it's not easy, is it? To be fair, it's way easier with a tripod, especially shooting at distance. Time to have a quick sneak a peek, see who's transponding, because I can hear something has started, definitely. What have we got? A Loganair, a de Havilland Canada DHC6 300 Twin Otter. Beautiful. I think that plane arrived when I was setting up, which, as I'm sure someone will tell me, if I started on time, I'd have caught it for the show. Duly noted, people. Duly noted. So, we have a Loganair departure imminent. Although, unfortunately, I don't think it says where it's going. No, it doesn't. If anybody can find that out in the chat, by other means, that would be fantastic. Loganair are definitely on the move with their de Havilland Canada Twin Otter. It's just not in our line of sight yet, but I'll make ready, folks. Don't think it'll be that long. There we go. Imagine, and this is just my fertile imagination, somewhere like the Orkneys, Shetland, I don't know. She's a beauty. Just get a couple of snaps if I can. Turbo prop action for us while we await the jets to show up. Ken Alloway, thank you, mate. This plane being bound for Campbelltown. Our Ken is quick on the draw. Alibi 58. Ken probably arranged that just to make sure he got there first.
Mulligan tyre being played on the Twin Otter. You'd like to imagine. Clyde Wootton. Hello my friend. Don't think I've seen you in the chat today, so welcome to the stream. I'm Mark, the host. Sort of into the last 15 minutes, half an hour depending on what's moving. We've had a few slack patches, which is unfortunate, but it's been a pleasure to be here today. I hope people have enjoyed what they've seen. I see we're only 11 likes off 150, so that's a great sign, so thank you people. Just been trying to conjure a bit of warmth into my digits. And who else is transponding up? Ryanair are shortly to send their Boeing 737 back to Dublin, off to see Carl Shield. So it looks like we've got continuity of departure action. So, just a plug and reminder, I think most of you will know this anyway, but we are live again tomorrow, Edinburgh, 7:45 till around 1:30. So hope you can join us. Weather forecast is reasonable, so we'll have a piece of that. We do love Edinburgh. And then Saturday, back to Newcastle. So 3 days on the spin. Won't always be like this, but it kind of made sense to do it that way this time. Very good, Trevline. If only we could have the technology for you to sing it to us. I sure as hell ain't attempting it. I can't hold a note. Well, not without some alcohol, and even then, not at all. But at least in my head it sounds right. It's a bit like that Morecambe and Wise sketch, isn't it? The Andre Previn one, where he basically says he's playing all the right notes, but not necessarily in the right order. Well, that'll be me singing. Right, where we go. It looks like we've got a sniff of a chance of getting through the show without a camcorder battery change. That'd be a first. Take it away, maestro. Our Boeing 737 will be cutting across this view in a jiffy. We're certainly taking a scenic approach to departing for the Mulligan Tyre, Campbelltown.
transponding on the deck. Have we not? No, it's just Ryanair making big circles. Let's go round again. Trying to achieve some kind of critical velocity. Some kind of moonshot manoeuvre. It's teasing us. Just got a little bit of traffic in front of it. I've just spotted. Our returning Dublin flight. Don't worry folks, I will take you straight back to Loganair, our twin otter. One eye on that, one eye on this Ryanair. Going short, and I think Loganair is on the move. Our twin otter is making its run. No, I don't think it is. I think Ryanair's going first. End to end. As we wave the Dublin bound Ryanair off, let's go and see where our twin otter is. There we go, exactly where we left it. Looking at Ian Fleming's bad Bacardi memories as a teenager. Isn't it funny? The kind of drink that makes you really ill, often you don't go back to it, do you? It's a bit blurry, sorry folks. Not what I want at all. Seven more likes for the 150. We're into the last 5 minutes of the official show, plus added time, depending on if there's anything to add the time for. Yeah, I've got to be honest folks, when it comes to the drinks, I'm a bit of a lightweight on the shorts. In fact, to be honest, I'm a bit of a lightweight on everything these days. So, a quick consultation with our friends at Flight Radar. Show this as the only transponding plane. Watch that for the minute while we see what other options we've got. Arrivals column, it looks like nothing till, oh, we have a Jet 2 due in at 13:36. I reckon we might call that the last plane of the show, because the one after that will be nearer 2 o'clock. Let's have a look what else we've got happening departure wise. Of course, his Loganair is going to scoot off while I'm looking at Flight Radar, isn't it? So Loganair should be dispatching a flight, which I think would have been one of their Saab V40s looking at the designation. However, not sure what's going on there. British Airways are due to send their baby bus out to Heathrow at 2:15. Okay. I think we'll take the Jet 2 in cover. I'll take a poll on whether to stick around for the 2:45 A319, and then I think we'll draw the show to a close, unless anybody has anything that I'm missing. Ali, it's been a pleasure to be at Glasgow, a genuine pleasure. I love going somewhere new, and better still, working out what there is to see and do. And I think the thing is, and correct me in the chat, I don't think we've had any buffering type issues. Signal strength was spot on when I arrived. And it seems to have held pretty good. Ah yes, Tony, the Jet 2 is the practice autoland. Okay, very good. Yeah, you're right, Clyde. That is what's naffing us up, I think. Whether that alters it slightly if I take the cabin out. It's not the most lovely cabin either, is it? Yeah, thanks Ali, signal has been reliable, and that really does help a lot for all of us. It's frustrating for you, the viewer, and of course us live streamers, it's the bane of our life, a wonky signal. Can't wait for Edinburgh either. I mean, there's no commute for that one. Hotel's about 2 miles away. So, while we wait for something to happen, we have a light aircraft on approach. Although at this distance it looks more like a micro light, if I'm honest. Certainly not a micro light. That's my third telescope, Ken. Hat trick achieved. Have I got the 150 likes? That would be another milestone achievement. Marked with these 3 telescopes for failing to spot things accurately is also achieved. Loganair is on the move. Or preparing to be on the move. Or preparing to do more donuts on the runway. Thank you, Alibi. Jet 2 from Prague, 4 minutes out. Probably less, given that I've only just seen it, or seen Ali's message. I'll be ready. I'm not having a 4th telescope. So I think what we'll do, we'll take the Jet 2 income up and take the British Airways A319 outgoer, wrap the show up at 1:45. Seems an organised way to bring things to a conclusion. Thank you for the great support during the show, in terms of being here, watching some or all of it, liking it, subscribing, donating, moderating. Been fantastic. You never feel that you're on your own. You know, I'm standing here now, I can't see a soul really in any direction, not immediately, but you always feel there's company with you, which is great. Come on, you've got to think about doing something up in circles. Maybe it's not. Ken, thank you so much, buddy. I think it's definitely paid off in terms of coming and seeing. Been nice to have a little bit more traffic, but as always, and we know this at Newcastle, for example, regional airports, you get your peaks and troughs. Ian Fleming, it's a good question. What is it up to? To be honest, I might be a bit better informed if I hadn't been so chasing my tail when I arrived. I got my scanner in the bag, but it was all the panic to get up for 10 o'clock. It must be like the equivalent of, you know, as a kid when you did your cycling proficiency and you had to weave through the cones. Maybe it's something a bit like that. Perhaps he's just putting some revs on one of the engine, some maintenance tweak or other. To be fair, it was listed as going nowhere, wasn't it? NA to NA. Yeah, it's a good point you make, Trev, about Manchester, just catching that. I love Manchester, but from a streaming point of view, the risk is I just turn up there to film what somebody else is filming. And that's always a hazard with live stream, but you can get 4 live streams on the same place on the same day. I can see our incoming plane of the last plane of the day. Jet 2 is now on the horizon. See the lights. On the deck transponding, we have the British Airways one that's due out, the A319, due back to Heathrow at 1:45. I spy another one. KLM are going out. So I think, hopefully I'm taking the consensus of the chat, that we'll do Jet 2 in and BA and KLM out, and then we'll call that a day. 6 streamers at Manchester. Yeah, that is, you've got to have a good niche, haven't you? I think that's the other thing, isn't it? There is some very good streams at Manchester and some very good traffic. Telling me I've got 16 minutes left, so we've timed this pretty well. The unmistakable tail fin of a Boeing 737. Winners of which magazine's 2022 customer survey of satisfaction. So as we watch this one head towards the terminal, we should get either of British Airways or KLM heading in the opposite direction. Both on the way.
Les Donaldson. Well done, mate. That's that shift done. I had you down for 2 o'clock finish. Have you knocked off early? Welcome back, buddy, anyway. Right, we'll rest the camera there. Thumbs up works for me. 6 more likes now for 150. Come on, folks, surely we can rustle 6 up. A bit like cricket, nice round numbers. Right, somebody's jet is on the move because I can hear it. Well, Tony, you'll be reassured to know that we'll leave the selling of merchandise to those who are better at it. It's not where Plane Sailing Aviation is planning on heading. We're too small for that game anyway, but the bigger players have got that end of it, and it's good luck to them. I think I said, for those of you who've seen my introduction video that we filmed just after the launch show at London Heathrow, we're not chasing to be the biggest or the most technically sophisticated, because there are players out there who've been at this for a long time and are that. We just want our own niche, really. Authentic plane spotters, attracting authentic plane spotters, and a good community in the chat. And if we can get that balance right, I think it's a good day's work for Plane Sailing Aviation. Get out of the way. Les Donaldson. There's the fugitive. Oh, quality line. Ian, you're right. Quality over quantity. I think we all strive for that, though. It's a tricky old business, this live stream. I know when you pack the show up at the end of the day, you're always your worst critic, and of course outside broadcast isn't particularly easy. But yeah, if you can get a good vibe going around your chats and your stream, then for me that's a win. I don't need any YouTube recognition for humongous numbers of subscribers. Saying that, we do need subscription and a liking and so forth. You need that for YouTube to make that work to some extent. There we go. Softly, softly, catchy monkey. So, anyone that's on the stream at the minute that isn't yet subscribed, please do consider subscribing, hitting the like, because whereas we don't want to be the biggest, we'd like to be a bit bigger than we are now. Goldilocks syndrome, I suppose. Thank you, Ken. Too kind. Thank you, Trev. Sorry, I was trying to track the plane and be in the chat. So this will be second last plane of the day, returning flight to Heathrow. Thank you so much for the time you've spent with us. But I can see something on the horizon that looks like it's an arrival. which has probably been shouted out in the chat and I've missed it. Sorry. So we might squeeze an extra. I think it will probably arrive before the KLM gets to its takeoff position.
Let's have a look, see what we're talking about. Ali Bide, you're dead right, mate.
I always forget to promote the notification bell. I like to keep you informed as best I can.
And of course, if you do that, you'll be always in pole position. So the arriving plane is a Cessna 525B Citation. Oh, I love my business jets.
Better pick it up then, haven't I? And the sound you can probably hear is the KLM flight back to Amsterdam, the Embraer 175 standard. But in the meantime, let's have a bit of citation, excitation. Wow, that wind's pulling. Can't believe it, not photo bombed. From business class to national flag carrier class, which is, there we go, British Airways leading out KLM. One World versus Star Alliance. I think KLM are Star, they are, aren't they? Minutes on the camera, so should just about fold neatly into the end of the show. This should be, in the absence of temptation, the final plane of the day. I was thinking about something entirely different.
like for 150?
Nearly there. Oh, crikey, the wind's moved the camera. Showtime.
Sun's catching that fuselage treat, isn't it? So there's the view from where I'm standing. You just bear with me, folks. I'll do my customary piece to camera. Carl Shield, thank you, my friend. Your like has helped tip us over, I think. 451. Fantastic stuff.
So, there we go. Look like some kind of explorer, don't I? I've kept my headphones on today just to make sure I can hear what's being said. So, thank you so much, everybody. Great support. Been a pleasure to be here. Liam in the control tower, do me a favour, mate. Drop me an email. There's a couple of things I wanted to ask you. plane.sailing.aviation@gmail.com. It's on our webpage on the YouTube site anyway. It's been great to make your acquaintance. Great to be here. Looking forward to doing Edinburgh tomorrow. So hopefully you'll all be able to join us for some or more. Although I realise it's a commitment time-wise. And then Saturday at Newcastle. Particular thanks to Alibi 58 and Canalaway for their generous donations. Always rolls into doing something different, so that'll be an away trip. It's in the pot for that. Top class, above and beyond. But for everybody that has watched, liked, subscribed, thank you. Good stuff. Anything anybody wants to ask while I'm in front of the camera? Got a couple of minutes left on the old battery. Just having a quick look through. Carl, yes, hope to see you tomorrow. That'd be brilliant. Andrew Foster, glad you enjoyed it. Clyde Wotton, you'll be back. Fantastic, mate. Delighted with that. So in the scooch along, Ali McLennan, thank you, my pleasure. And you're right, shout out to the mods. The mods make it. And let's have a quick look, check I'm not shortchanging anybody. It's my biggest dread. No, I don't think we have anything else. So with that, I wish you a cracking afternoon and look forward to seeing you Friday in Edinburgh. Stay safe, folks.